we're looking at the card game again, and so I thought about some of the things that I was working on last time with the matchmaking, and I think there's two solutions that I think will work okay. One of them would be to use transactions, and the reason I need transactions is the way I currently have it set up. Um, Basically, the how it's going to write a game ID to each document. Due to the concurrency issues, that could overwrite. Like, even if I checked if a game ID doesn't exist on a document, and then you try to write it, um, that could be overwritten if the timing, based on the timing of when those things happen. I think transactions will prevent that. This line here kind of says that, for example, if a transaction reads documents and another client modifies any of those documents, um, the, the that transaction will be retried. But uh, this, we'll get to the retries in a second. I don't think that's the main thing that'll fix the issue. But this feature ensures that the transaction runs on up-to-date and consistent data. The thing that'll actually make sure that when I read a document, see if it has a game ID before writing a game ID, will be transactions place locks on documents they read. So transactions lock on a document block the other transactions' rights, non-transactional rights, from changing the document. So basically, if you read something, if you read a document, hey, thanks for the follow. I've not gotten a follow that early in a stream before. Appreciate it. So hey, how's it going, X3? So transaction's gonna lock the document when you read it. Um, so if you read it, and it says there's no game ID already on the document, then there you can be sure that there's no game ID. It could go ahead and write that game ID, and then future transactions or whatever that are run to update that game ID. What engine? I'm not using an engine really. I'm just using yeah, it's not an engine. I'm just gonna use basically HTML5 canvas and my own logic, or maybe not even canvas. I might just use the DOM. That I haven't gotten to yet, to be honest. Right now I'm working with matchmaking, pairing up players if they click play now, similar to LHS. If you click on, or LeChess, however you say that, if you click on one of these buttons, it'll start a game and pair you up with someone. That's what I'm working on right now, that logic. Yeah, it's a web game. It's a web game. Just a very basic game. It's going to be spades. I know there's a lot of other popular card games out there. I can't think of the name of them right now, but it's basically going to be an old school game, spades. Nothing crazy. You use C Sharp, okay. Do you use Unity or anything like that? All of this game is going to be completely the logic itself is just going to be completely in JavaScript, and it's going to be a web game. And the logic will mostly run through Firebase functions. So, yeah, the transactions will help me from, I think that'll solve the problem that I was having before, I'm pretty sure. So, that's one thing. The other solution, if the transactions don't end up working out for the matchmaking, yeah, sure, I'll take a look. All right, hold on one second. Hmm. Give me one second, sorry. Um, the other solution that I'm thinking of looking at It's a game made by one developer. The main goal is to build cars and bikes and go drifting in a sandbox open world. Okay. Can you play it on the web or no? Does it have a web? Did you deploy it to the web or is it just do I have to download it? If I have to download it, I'm not gonna do that right now, but I'll check it out later. If I have to install it, I'm not gonna do that at the moment, but I will take a look at it at some point. But if there is a web version in the future or whatever, let me know and I'll definitely open it up. Looking at it though, it looks pretty interesting. The main goal is to build cars, bikes, and go drifting in a sandbox open world full of activities to do. The game is made in Unity. Okay. 3D models are made in Blender. Nice. Yeah, I mean this is it looks cool. It's way beyond anything I've capable of, that's for sure. It's pretty impressive. Looks cool. Full of glitches and bugs. Okay. Like on purpose or you're still working on those? Um, I'm assuming not on purpose, but maybe. So another solution to the issue of the matchmaking would be to use something like cloud tasks. If I were to do something like this, I would just implement it on my own. Basically, what these can do, as far as I can tell, I have not published any games. To be honest, I'm not that super experienced. I mean, I've been programming for a while, but my programming skills aren't that great. So I would consider myself a little bit above a beginner programmer, like intermediate, I guess. And I have not focused on games at all. The closest thing I have to a game is like I started making an Asteroids clone that I have not finished. And all it does is it's a triangle that you can move around with your mouse, rotate with your mouse, and it has a velocity. So yeah, and it's just the very start of the game. So yeah, and I did also make a long time ago. I made just Pong on an Android, just on native Android or Java code. I made Pong. It was kind of cool. It was where you would tilt the phone. It uses the accelerometer, I guess. You'd tilt the phone to move the paddle instead of moving it with your finger or whatever. So those are the only two games I've ever made, other than like maybe some, very basic text-based games a long time ago. And actually, yeah, the Asteroids game I didn't even make. I started making it. That is one of the projects I'll be working on when I stream at some point, but I've been putting that off for my other projects. Yeah, Unity, I mean, I actually installed it and tried it a little bit one time. I got into like a creating games course, and it did seem to take care of a lot of difficult things for you, and it's pretty nice. Um, but yeah, I never really made anything with it, to be honest. I just started on it, and then I moved on to other stuff because I had other stuff that I prioritized over that. So the cloud task is something where if you run it, you can run something, and then after that run is finished running, it'll run another one. So, or at least you could set it up that way. So that would ensure that you're not running some code that concurrently that would modify data concurrently, and that could be used for the issue that I'm having. Another thing would just be to have a function run on a separate server other than Firebase. Um, and that function would update would do the matchmaking logic synchronously. So it would look through all the people that are in the pool that want to join a game. It would pair them up, and then after it's finished running, it would immediately then run again. So it would make sure it's not running at the same time. So that could happen on a separate server. You could implement something like that. I'll get to this in a minute, but with scheduled functions. But as far as I can tell, unless you do something kind of hacky, you can't run it less than every 1 minute, which would not be good. Because if it ran every 1 minute, someone could wait up to a minute to start a game, and I mean, that might be acceptable in some games. For this, it's like, for example, in LHS, you could start a game immediately when you click play now if one is available. Okay, so cloud tasks, probably not going to use that. Something I could use. As far as this transactions, um, I I found some. I was kind of confused about it. So there are a couple GitHub issues that basically say their docs are confusing as well. Um, and that would be this one and this one. So, but from what I can tell, the what I'm trying to do, it'll when you read from a document, it'll lock it so it can't be written to. I think that'll be good enough for what I'm trying to do. Yeah, but basically they're saying that the transaction are pessimistic in the documentation, and they're kind of like sort of pessimistic, sort of optimistic in a way. I'm not going to read through that right now, but I did read through it earlier. That's just whatever. That's whatever the two documents I was looking at. This is documentation I'm going to have to look at. And then I am going to write a scheduled function. So I think I'm going to try to pair people up as soon as the requests come in based on kind of the logic I've already started doing. But then I'm going to I'm going to run a scheduled function every minute. That's the lowest time frame you could run it. Like I said before, without doing some sort of kind of hacky thing. And that for every minute it runs, or when it runs every minute, it'll kind of perform the same logic and just try to match people up as well. And that'll just make sure there's no stale entries that are looking for games, basically. I did look into some open source stuff or just some documentation on matchmaking. Um, this is something you could use, possibly. I'm not going to be using it, but it's a way where you can make, implement matchmaking inside your game. Um, and they have like more features, like you can, match based on ranking, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not going to be using that probably. Another thing you could look into if you're interested is, as far as I know, like, so LHS or LeechS, however you say that, is basically open source, and you can look through their GitHub repo. I found Leela, and in modules and in pool. Where's pool? Pool. There's some code in here for matchmaking, stuff like that. Again, this is like more advanced than what I'm trying to do right now. I'm literally trying to pair people in like a queue. Um, just pair people as first come, first serve in a queue. So, but eventually I'm most likely going to want to pair people up based on their ranking too. So, I'll have to think about that, how that works, make sure that it'll pair people up not just by the ranking, but by time as well. Like if too much time's passed, well, it'll still pair people up. Not there yet, but yeah, if you were looking for resources for matchmaking, open source resources, you could probably find some good stuff in here. It's all open source as far as I know. Okay, so back to what I'm trying to do. We have nothing yet, like I said. Still working on the matchmaking, so I'm going to create a new account, sign in, and then these are mock accounts. One thing I did want to do that I didn't know a good way to do it, the other method I did in the previous video is be able to basically cancel your requests to find a game. So I took that out. I want to bring that back, actually. I kind of like that idea. So I'm going to bring that back. We do have to bring back some other stuff. And I'm going to actually comment this out. And yeah, I mean, this comment's kind of unnecessary. I'm going to test that. I don't know why I wrote that. Anyways, so we'll bring that, at least that button back for now to remove yourself. It should be showing up now. I don't know why it's not. Oh, because that was just the logic. I need to actually bring in the button itself, which was, I'm glad I commented this stuff out rather than remove it too. Just makes it easier. Where was that? Actually, no, I did remove it in this case. Whatever. I think I had some BRs separating this. Let's do that. Couple BRs, just so there's some spacing. I don't have to deal with the styling at the moment. Play now and then remove. Okay, there's that. Cool. I do have to bring this back into the other code since I removed it. What did I have in here? Did I remove a bunch of code from this? Oh, no, not really. All that code is now in here. Okay. All right. And what did I have in my clipboard? Okay, yeah, just the, all right. So let's come back to that. Let's paste that. Okay, I already have that in there. Okay, yeah. I did actually go back to that, like the video before the last one and re-add some of the stuff I had before. And I'm going to be working off of that. One thing I should have done is either save this to another document that I had before I made all those changes, or commit it, or start a new branch, or whatever. But I didn't do that, and it made it kind of a pain. But I'm back to where I was. All right. So let's get started. I want to look at the transactions. So let's take a look at that. Transactions. Okay, how do you do this? Firestar supports atomic operations for reading and writing data. Using the Cloud Firestar client libraries, you can group multiple operations into a single transaction. They're useful when you want to update a field based on its current value. Okay. So we're going to be doing that in Node.js. Initialize a document. Okay. Try, await. All right, let's try this. So run transaction, it's an async function, because you're going to be doing some await. You want to get, as far as I know, this works with queries too. Let's see if they mention that. Like, I want to know what documents, wait, what are we getting here? We're getting a single document. I guess that's okay. Let's see if it works with queries. Like the documents you get back from a query, does it lock all of those, or does it just lock if you only do a single read? Firebase transactions lock query. It's a Firestore document lock when read by a server. Can we not query collections inside transactions? Locking in transactions handle collection level locks. Okay, I think one of these will answer, if there's a good answer, one of my questions. I know Firestore uses locks as explained by this. What is that? I should actually watch this really quick. Before I do that though, let me come back to this. The video explains in detail how transactions work in the client. It's not using locks there, but doesn't do such a great job. for server transactions. Which of these is true about server transaction? Document is locked by get in a server transaction. Document is locked by get in a server transaction, but only for writes, so that other server transactions can get it. Let me see. The document is locked by get, so that other server cannot get it. That is not true. I'm pretty sure. A document is locked by get only for writes, so that other server transactions can get it, but not my. Yeah, I think it's number two. Document is not locked by gets, only writes. I'm pretty sure it's number two. Server-side transactions work in general like client libraries, but instead of that concurrency model technique mentioned in the video, work in the traditional way of locking data. So even if you use a transaction on a single document or on a query, those documents will be locked till the transaction is complete. Um, Wait, so even if you use a transaction on a single document or on a query, okay, assuming this guy's correct, who is this guy? He has a lot of answers, or a lot of points, I guess. To be honest, I don't know how that works on Stack Overflow. Let me see, actually. Should probably know that. Reputation. He's a higher, oh wait, Google developer expert for Firebase, so he should probably know. Does he have a GitHub? Does he still work there? Well, let's see how old this is a few years old, but it's probably good. All right, let's read through this really quick. Oh, he's saying one is correct? All right, hold on. So this is one of my questions, or on a query. So I could just do a query that looks for ones that don't already have a game ID, and those would be locked, I think. To answer your question, because a transaction is coming from a cloud function and taking place internally, the documents are locked for that amount of time. This means that those documents cannot be taken or changed by any other transactions. A document is locked by gets in a server transaction, so that other server transactions cannot get it before the transaction is finished. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? Maybe that is true. But only for writes, so that other server transactions can get it, but not modify it before the transaction is finished. I thought this was true. Why try to get such a document since it cannot be changed? It is true. He makes a good point. It doesn't make sense, but I thought that was the case anyways. Um, Document is not locked by gets in a server transaction, only writes. The document is locked once the cloud function run the transaction, and the lock is released when the transaction is completed. The document is locked once the cloud. Okay. Oh, here we go. It does make sense for another transaction to get a locked document. It cannot be changed, but if it can be read. Yeah, so, okay, so he changed what he said. Yeah, this is how I thought it worked. There's nothing to worry about. There are no locks. Um, right. There are no restrictions when it comes to read operations. Okay. Actually, I just thought of something. I do want to like write some tests for sure. That will basically simulate users joining random times and bursts of joins and stuff like that, and make sure that everyone gets in a game as they should. Uh, So that's something I'm gonna do at some point, I think. Can we not query collections inside transactions? I could query those with the queries get method instead of transactions get method. Your understanding is correct. When using web and mobile SDKs, you have to identify the individual documents. Those documents come from a collection query ahead of time, fine. But think for a moment about how not scalable it would be if you had to track. However, for backend SDKs, you can perform a query inside a transaction. Uh, oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. And it lines up with what the other guy said. I'm not sure I need to query though. Like I could just look at individual ones. Let's see. Firestore documentation does not seem to specify when or how security rules are evaluated in a transaction and how that interacts with retries and optimistic blocking. Let me see. Firestore libraries cannot rely on transactions being retried. Okay. Oh, they're talking about security rules too. I was looking into that. You can set some security rules, but let's think about how that could help me. Like if you set a rule to make sure that basically only certain fields could be updated once or something like that, but I don't think there's a way to do that. Does Firestore support collection level locks and transactions? I've worked in a manga, which is and it supported document level locks only as Firestore. The only operation you have for locking is document locking. There's no collection locking in Firestore. So I think you can, everything that comes back in a query is locked, but at the same time, I'm not going to rely on that because it's not 100% clear. So, yeah, I'll get back to that later. Okay. Um, Let me see. Updating data with transactions. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use get. I'm not going to worry about. I'm going to get the whole collection, and then the get will just make sure it'll say if a game ID does not exist, it'll create a game ID. So All right. So going back to this, let's grab this as an example. Passing, do not modify application state inside of a transaction function. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I did look into like triggers. So you can trigger from, where is it? Not Firestore, functions, trigger background functions. You could trigger functions from Firestore events, like on create, on update, stuff like that. I don't know if that's going to help me right now for what I'm trying to do, but it might help me with something in the future. Okay, back to this. Transaction failure. I did want to look at this really quick. Transaction can fail for the following reasons. The transaction contains read operations after write operations. Okay. The transaction read a document that was modified outside of the transaction. So this is again not clear if it actually runs or not. Transaction is retried a finite number of times. Transaction exceed the maximum request size of that. I would like to not have it retry, really. Prevent transaction retry. Firebase. Do I want it to not retry? Interesting. Real-time database. Hmm. Well, something else to think about. Maybe I want to look into real-time database. Is that something I could even do transactions in? I don't think so, but maybe. Let's see. Save data. Yeah, they have it. It's interesting. Let me read this actually before I continue. This seems unnecessarily complex. A distributed counter. Anyways, I'm not trying to do a counter. I'm just kind of interested in this. It's kind of related, I think, to what I'm doing. In Cloud Firestore, you can only update a single document once per second. Let me save this article. First, we'll make a naive example of this bully going for it. No transactions, no regrets. Okay. The cloud function is triggered on each new review, counting and aggregating the number of reviews to get an average review score. As soon as the pace of writes picks up, several simultaneously cloud functions executing all read an old state of the counter, and it's creating inconsistency. We did indeed fail to count all reviews. Perhaps we're having better luck if we're wrapping in a transaction, so the operation will retry until we can get our right operation through. Fortunately, as you can see in the logs below, the operation is indeed retrying as we want and expect, but the result is less satisfying as it pushes the Firestore to a congested state where an exception is thrown. Right. So I do want to make this thing as like, just for the sake of, you know, learning, I guess. This thing, I wanted to potentially handle a ton of traffic, even though it would never get that traffic, just for fun and for learning purposes. But at the same time, I don't want to go too overboard where I like care too much about some of this stuff. Um, yeah, too much contention. The contention is when there's um, multiple clients trying to read and write or whatever at the same time. When two or more operations compete to control the same document. Distributed counters. It's starting to be clear that we could rule out any simple solution for this. Distributed counters sounding let's data store is the very same technology. Using Firestore for Firebase real-time database. You can freely choose to store data in both places for your project if that serves your needs. So why not use a real-time database for one of its strengths to manage fast data streams from distributed clients, which is one problem that arises when trying to aggregate and count data in Firestore. First, we add a little helper cloud function that scaffolds a default state of aggregated counter and average review score. Please note that this is written to the real-time database. Okay. After that, we'll modify the cloud function that was making a transaction on the Firestore above. Change the transaction to run on the real-time database instead. Once again, pay attention to that we're running the transaction against the real-time database to handle the high volume of writes better. And as you can see in the log below, the real-time database handles it with grace. The use of real-time database in this case is much easier to manage and set up than the shard counter. And also, we don't need to worry about having the reduced possibility. We simply leave that to the implementation, which is designed to handle this kind of high-paced concurrent writes. I want to find a way to mirror the counters. That's interesting. It actually makes me want to use the real-time database instead of what I'm doing. What does it say? Where is the issues? Right here. So how does the real-time database handle transactions? Okay, where is that? Save data. Is this real-time database? No, it's Firestore. There we go. Save data. Where's transaction stuff? Saving transactional data. When working with complex, provides a transaction operation. I'll read about that in a second. You give the transaction operations two callbacks, update and optional completion callback. On Python and Go, the transaction operation is blocking and therefore it only accepts the update function. The update function takes the current state. The above example checks to see if the counter is null. Okay, if the above code had been run without a transaction function, they'd both be 1, resulting in one increment instead of 2. Okay, here we go. Transaction function called multiple times. Your transaction handler is called multiple times. You must be able to handle null data. Even if there is existing data in your database, it may not be locally cached when the transaction function is run. Okay. I think there is an issue with null data in the other one too, so I'm gonna, before I forget, when I create these documents, where is that? Clear exist. Here we go. Plain out collection, doc, create user ID. I'm gonna put a game ID already in there. It'll just be blank. Okay. I don't know if that's considered null data. I'll do game ID 0. I guess. You know what? I'll do game ID 1. How about just none? Yeah. You know what? I changed my mind. I'll do 1. All right. Network connectivity and offline writes. So let's go back to this. Atomically modifies the data at this location. Unlike the normal set, which just overwrites the data regardless of its previous value. Transactions is used to modify the existing value to a new value, ensuring there are no conflicts with other clients writing to the same location at the same time. To accomplish this, you pass transaction and update function, which is used to transform the current value into a new value. If another client writes the location before your new value is successfully written, your update function will be called again with the new current value, and the write will be retried. This will happen repeatedly until your write succeeds without the conflict, or you abort the transaction. Or you abort the transaction by not returning a value. Oh, okay, so you can abort. This sounds way easier than the, is real-time database ever going to be deprecated? Database deprecated. Deprecated list. Uh-oh. Oh, that's something else. Future of real-time database. Will Google replace the real-time database? Google typically gives no promises on long-term roadmaps. Even though I work for Google, nothing I'm about to say here is indicative of any plans. Practically speaking, there are many apps out there that make heavy use of real-time database and force them to switch. If real-time database were ever to be deprecated and decommissioned, it would be extremely poor taste to force that transaction quickly. Why is Cloudflare not as fast as real-time database? First of all, a question like this should ideally be accompanied by data demonstrating the assertion. Firestore is currently in beta. This is 4 years ago. Designed to scale in many ways that real-time database will never be able to. Interesting. Okay. Since real-time database is not... I mean, I could just do it in Firestore for now and see how it goes. I like the idea of... So it reruns a function. I mean, it's the same thing as a retry, but why does this cause issues? Too much contention, please try again. So the contention thing is actually not a big deal because even if I was making an app that needed to actually scale, um, it's not as big of a deal because I have that thing that's going to run every minute. Although that still might be an issue. I don't know. This article kind of convinced me to maybe use real-time database for the matchmaking. As you can see in the log below. Why do they... Hold on, let me see this counter thing. Can only update a single document about once per second. Hmm. I would never, or not never, but I don't think I would ever do this shard solution. I think it's just not good. Um, hmm. It's not a big like decision really. I just want to, which one do I want to do? Do I want to like look into real-time database? I did already set one up. Um, Hmm. What is he simulating here? Let me see where it starts to have some issues. This example use simulate aggressive simultaneous actors. Uh, number of reviews, promises. Was it just 20 at once? I mean, that's not that crazy. Created 20 reviews. I mean, 20 is nothing, really. That's nothing at all. So for 20, it has some issues. It's crazy. You know what? I think I will use a real-time database. Hope I don't regret that decision. Whatever, we can always switch it back. All right, let's see. So I need to set that up. Let me see if they have an emulator for it. Real-time database emulator. They do. Oh, I see why. I see why they set the auth to something other than 9,000 because I guess this probably uses 9,000 by default. Hmm. Connect to the real-time database emulator. All right, let's get that going. Docs. All right, what am I doing? Let's get real-time database, admin, get started. Firebase admin, service account, initialize app, admin database. What do you think about this? So the functions will call the real-time database. Do I need to? I'm just realizing, why did I need to do this then? Why did I need this again? Because it's not actually connecting to Firestore. I thought I needed that, but now I'm realizing I don't. Wait, am I using Firestore somewhere in here? Oh, I am? Oh, right, I'm subscribing to the Firestore. Right. Right. Okay. Um, hmm, real-time database. Still thinking if I actually want to use that or not. Seems like a better solution for it, at least. Let me see how different the code would look between real-time database and the Firestore. If it's totally different or a good amount different, I might start it now. If it's similar, I might just do the one I already have set up. Let me see. Admin, save data, saving lists of data. Okay. So that's how that looked. How does the saving data in Firestore look? Add data, transactions. There we go. Run transaction. Add one person. Add one person to the city population. Okay. Let me look at field value actually. Field value. Signal values that can be used when writing set or update. Returns a special value that can use with set that tells the server to increment the field's current value by the given value. Hmm. Reunion, delete, increment, array remove is equal. Okay. None of that will help me, I don't think. Yeah, I really like that transaction actually. I mean, I like this better than the other way. Is there any problem with using that? So the user would be listening for. So we need to make sure that you can subscribe to real-time updates. Uh, read data. Sure you can. Detach listeners. Listen for value events. To read data at a path and list for changes, use onValue to observe events. You can use this event to read static snapshots. This method is triggered once. So then callback. Okay. So you can use onValue. Detach listeners. Callbacks are removed by calling off method on your Firebase database reference. What? Calling off an apparent listener does not automatically remove listeners registered. Callbacks are removed by calling the off method on your Firebase database reference. Is that from this? Ref on value. Ref db post ID star count on value. So do you mean that you pass this function into off, basically? Think that's what it means? Not sure. Hmm. Wish they just had an example. Work with lists of data. Maybe this has an example. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. I guess you could just call auth on the whole thing. Because I'm only going to have one listener anyways, right? Oh, on the reference. Firebase database reference? I think they mean this. Maybe. Not sure. I guess we could find out. Where's, where is reference? So JavaScript version 9, database reference, database? Hmm. Where is that? Lesson options, data snapshot, overview, off. Instead, please use the return callback function. Oh, okay. I missed that part, I guess. On value, returns, unsubscribe. Okay, it's basically the exact same then. Okay, cool. I have to take a quick break. I'll be back. Probably like 5 minutes or less. All right, I'm back. Let's see. All right, so let's set up, I guess we'll use, let me think about this. So the real time, I think I could put all the games inside of Firestore and then the matchmaking inside a real-time database. Let me see something really quick. Features. I just want to see if, not features, pricing. I want to see if it's, you can use it without creating a Blaze plan, at least for now. Okay. Yeah. Gigabyte store, 1 GB, 5 GB. Where's the other one? Hmm. Let's see. If I were to use functions, I need to do the, yeah, you need to do the Blaze plan. Hmm. Let me check something really quick. Firebase. Go to console. Just want to check one thing. Real-time database. Firestore database. What are the current rules? Allow read. I should do authenticated, really. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. And then, okay. What are the rules here? It's locked for now. Okay. Hmm. I keep going back and forth. Do I want to use Firestore or do I want to use a real-time database? Hmm. Let me see if there's anything like preventing me from using the real-time database. Actually, where was that pricing thing again? Firebase pricing. Oops. That's weird. I don't have to worry about the 200K. I mean, that's definitely good enough for pretty much anything. I wonder why they don't have that though for the Firestore. Don't know. Hmm. Still a little bit weighing the options. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go real-time database. Okay, let's get that set up. First thing I need to do is import it. Here, Firebase slash, guess I'll have to look, web 19. Oh, whoops, I'm in Firestore. Real-time database, web, get started. Get database. Firebase database. Connect database emulator. Um, right. I have to set that up now in the init, I guess. Or maybe I can just let me see. If I do database, will it prompt me? Not starting, make sure you've run Firebase init. Okay. Right. Firebase init only database. What? You can't do that? Okay. Firebase init. Ah, dang it, do you have to really reset all of this? It's kind of annoying. Um, Hold on. Let me see if there's a way. Firebase init, emulator suite, introduction, connect. Hmm. Okay. Let's get out of this and go Firebase init emulator. Yeah, emulators. Yes. Database emulator. Storage emulator. Maybe later. Um, what port am I not using? How about 8081? Hosting emulator, fine. Yes. All right, let's see. Firebase, wrong project. I want to move this to the bottom. Auth 9000, 5001. Oh, I don't need the hosting emulator actually. Whatever. Did I already have that picked? Is there a way to turn that off? Whatever, it's there. I wonder if I could just set up storage. Why not? Let me see. Never mind. Screw it. Yeah, we're good. Auth, port, functions, Firestore, UI. Let's put this at the bottom too. All right, cool. Okay. So this is gonna change quite a bit, actually. Hey, Schoolie, how's it going? Gonna change quite a bit since I'm not gonna be using Firestore for this. I still will have the Firestore. Um, Actually, this is gonna be a big deal. Can you do a timestamp? I could use date now. Timestamp, Firebase, Rails, database. That's Kotlin. Um, Timestamp, security rules. They only have that in the Firestore, so I'll just use date now, I guess. Should be fine, I guess. Okay. Actually, let me look. Firebase, reference, query. I think so. Server value timestamp. Oh, server value. I guess I missed that. Firebase docs. Reference. You know what, Scully? I noticed, by the way, that you do some streaming, so I'm gonna follow you right now. I forgot to do that. I was looking at just looking at some of people following me and seeing if they stream too, and I noticed you had some streams. I didn't know that. Because usually like when I get on to look at Twitch, I look through the category when I'm watching, and I scroll through and I haven't seen you in there, but maybe it's just whenever I'm watching, that's not when you're streaming. But yeah, I looked at your channel and saw that you do some streams. Web reference. What am I even looking at? Oh yeah, I'm looking at. How's everything been going? Last thing I saw, I mean, you told me as well, but last stream I saw you were working on the rock, paper, scissors, I think. Yeah, how's that going? Firebase, database, um, data snapshot, on disconnect, server value, here we go. Timestamp. Placeholder value for auto populate in the current timestamp. Nice. All right. Get Firestore, Firebase admin slash database. Get database, server value. Whoop, server value? Was that capitalized? Yep. Um, increment timestamp. Okay, let's close this out. Close that out. Leave that open. Leave that open. That's true. That will not work. Let me fix that. Firestore. This is going to run on port 8000. That's what I did. No, I did 80, 81. 81, and then this is going to be database, which I haven't set up yet. Database, app, and then database. I'll throw these next to each other. Database, database. Keep the order consistent. All right. Functions, Firestore. We'll do database for now. We should not have any errors now, hopefully. This error happened. Connect database simulator database. Okay, I guess I'm doing that wrong. Dang it, dude. Um, Emulator suite, connect. Okay, get database, connect database emulator, Firebase database, DB localhost. Okay, so what's going on? I think something weird's going on. I'm gonna restart this. Because I don't see anything wrong. Oh, there's a problem. What the heck? What am I doing wrong here? Get database, connect database emulator, Firebase database. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something in the config. There was something for a database before. But const database, get functions. Oh, I'm writing get functions. That's probably a part of it, at least. Let me see if it's good now. There we go. Okay. Alright, nice. Console, clear that out. See what it looks like now. Connection error, Firestore. Oh, true. Have to start the emulators. Init. Emulators start. Alright, hopefully this is working now. I don't have rules in there. Firebase. Init. Database. Can I just do that? I'm not sure if that actually did anything. Oh, you don't do only. Okay, you just write it. So that did work. Alright, let's try that again. Is it working? Everything good? There we go. Cool. Firestore, real-time database 8081. Yeah, things are going okay with me too. Gotten a lot done on this project in terms of like figuring stuff out, how I'm gonna get things working, not necessarily like moving on with like actually getting something working, but a lot of research has gotten done, so that's nice. But yeah, other than that, like everything's good. Gonna be visiting some family and just hanging out Thanksgiving, so it's gonna be fun. Real-time database. Is that just timestamp? All right. Now to this part. Not this part. This part. All right. Get database server value. I'm assuming that's how you use the database. Let me see. I don't think I actually saw that. Admin, get started. Node. Admin.database, huh? Is this up to date? Because Firestore get started. Node. Has that structure. Maybe not. I mean, let me see if I do Firebase admin. See, I'm not getting any hints here. Database. I'm wondering, even though they don't document it, if this will still work. I'm actually going to try it and see what happens. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go console.log. What do they call it? Get database. Wait a second. Get Firestore. Am I even using that? Oh yeah, here it is. Const db equals. You know what, I'm going to rename this to Firestore. So f2 function f2 function f2. So Firestore. Cool. And then const db equals get database. And then console log db database, and then return status 200. All right, let's see what happens. Server values declared but never read. Let's just get rid. All right, let's see what happens. Everything good? Let's make a request. All right, I mean, seems to work. And it's 8081, so I think we're good. All right, get database. It's in here. And then bring back server value. Is this emitting changes when there's an error? I think so. Actually, I could test that really quick. Database to see. So let's see if we still see the yeah. Okay, so it's still compiling even when there's errors. All right, that's good. Kind of. Console log db, good there. Server value, return. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so what are we gonna do? The first thing I'm gonna do is actually change some stuff and make a commit. so that I could easily go back. Hopefully I learned my lesson there. Git commit. I'll just say rename db. I can include all these in that commit. Fine. All right, rename db. Go. There we go. All right. Close that. Okay. Down here, Firestore collection, play now collection. I'm gonna delete this create game, I think. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave that. I might end up using that. So there's no actual collection now. So I need to look how real-time database actually stores some stuff. What is this, by the way? Cloud Firestore or real-time database. Let me guess, this is Firestore. Yeah. I do like the idea of presence. I could just have that be a thing without some weird, I guess, hack. Queries can sort or filter on a property, but not both. Really? You can do sort and filter? Deep queries with limited sorting and filtering functionality. Hmm. So this doesn't matter what I'm doing. This doesn't really matter because sort or filter on a property, but not both. I really just need to sort. Filtering would be nice, but not necessary. Um, Queries do not require an index. Yeah, I think this is fine. Writes and transactions. I mean, this would suck. But 200,000 is pretty much fine. And it doesn't even matter, like, say that one of the functions couldn't connect for whatever reason it hit above 200,000, that still doesn't matter really for what I'm doing or whatever we doing. Um, okay. Kind of interesting. It's definitely trade-offs. I mean, this is just crazy to me that it can't handle 20 requests that come at the same time. I mean, that's nothing. This alone is what made me want to use real time instead of Firestore. It's really interesting. Again, the easiest way to do all this would be to just have a function that runs synchronously over and over. I kind of want to do it all with Firebase. Um, the Firebase project. And again, this is just me imagining handling a lot of users. I'm not expecting that, of course. Um, Rule out any simple message. Hmm. What I would like to see from this article is what ends up happening. What's the end result? Does it eventually get there, or does the count not match or not add up? No. Anyways, let's go with real time as I've been thinking about anyways. All right, where are we at here? So we got the emulator set up. We can close this probably. Transaction, I'll keep that open. Um, Close that for now. Close that. Leave that reference open. Not going to be using Firestore. I can close that. Close that. Leave that open. All right, cool. So let's look at admin, getting started. Node.js. We already got that set up. And we want to go to save data. And we want to go straight to the transaction. What do you think about this? So the user is going to create the document initially. Well, make a request to create it's not going to be a document anymore. It's just going to be whatever, however things are stored in this. And yeah, how did that look before? Let me see. We have the pool, we have these documents. Okay. I guess before I do the transaction, let me just see how you just save some data. See how this works. Saving data. The basic operation is a set, saves new data to the specified reference, replacing any existing data. Okay. Is there the same concept here of sets as there is with actually I should go back. Set writes data to this database. Okay. I just need to save some data and just see how this works. Let's go back to the code and before just like I had before, I'm gonna return status 200 just to test some stuff out. Let's write something to this database. I already got that part. We get a ref, and then we set. DB ref. Okay, let's just run this and see what we get. Okay. Play now. Real-time database. Okay, is that not working? Server saving data, users. Okay. Alright, so we can have two refs. Again, do I want two pools or one? I think I want to go with two. Especially since like the querying and stuff. Does it matter? I'm not sure. Alright, so our ref will be play now, pool path. It'll just be play now. So this thing will start at play now pool path. And then this would be like the user ID. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Alright, users ref.child users. Okay. Ref.child users. What if we just did ref? Would it be the exact same setup, except it would be stored one path up? So it'd be like everything you see down here would be in Firebase blog. I think so. How do we clear this out? There we go. Let's try that. Play now, saving data. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go through this. So user ID, if not user ID, players. Okay. So instead of a plain out collection, we will have a let's say plain out ref. It'll look like this. The plain out ref is db ref. Plain out pool. That's good enough. Player dot can be similar. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. So await plain out collection doc get. So I'm seeing if that exists. That would be part of the transaction. No. Let me see. Do I even need this? Ref.set. Set or move any. Let's see something. S- Did I ever need to check if it existed for the other one? I don't know if I did. It must have, right? Why did I ever do that? There had to be a reason, right? This comment has nothing to do with this, I don't think. Maybe it's because I just want to exit the function. Is that why? I gotta think about this now. Player doc exists. How do I want to go about doing this? So set the document. So if we did it as a transaction, the transaction is going to read the initial game ID. Yeah. I guess this actually does kind of make sure. No, but set would still. Yeah, I guess it has the effect of like you're adding yourself to the queue, but then it won't like run everything else again when someone tries to rejoin. Okay, so I think I do need this actually. All right, so how do I do that? Yeah. Data, no, retrieve data. How data is ordered. Okay, getting started, database reference. We want to read once. Is that the only way to read data? It's kind of crazy. Okay. I know ref once value data. Is this always a callback? Hold on, let me see. I'm pretty sure you can use promises. Document reference. That's something else. Database. Reference. What is this? What? They have a get? Why is that not listed here? Hmm. That's only for Go, I guess. Okay. Um, Tenable reference. What? Hmm. I guess we could just try it. Let's just see what happens. Once value. Um, const value equals await that. Let's return status 200 here, and then console.log value. Let's see what that even does. I have no idea. Okay. Hey Joe, how you doing? So it does give me back a data snapshot. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. It's working on the same thing I was working on yesterday, but I think I'm starting to make some progress. All right, where's another example? On value snapshot.val. Is that what I'm trying to do? .val? Let me see what that gives me back. Okay, nice. Let me see if I do JSON.stringify. I should get everything showing, even the nested objects. Format it too. What? There we go. Nice. All right. Okay, so play now ref, play now pool, value, await, value. And then we want to do, I guess, I mean, you can do child. Does it make it more clear when we do this? Maybe. Because you could just add it to the end of this path. Let's do const player ref equals ref, play now ref, child, UID. I actually should add a condition here. Wrong with this? Type of UID is not equal to string. String only refers to a type. Oh, right. Needs to be in quotes. We know UUIDs or UIDs are at least one character, so if UID.length is less than 1, we'll do that as well. Alright, I got sidetracked there for a second. Okay, play.now.ref is that, play.now.ref, player.ref is that, value, player.ref, uh, player value, player UID, I guess. No. Okay. So we have the same thing here. Oh, let's move this down a little bit. So document exists, UID, return status. Okay. Else document does not exist. Oh, I just realized that says exits. Doesn't matter, but fix it. Alright. Player, so I'm gonna get rid of this now. And we'll call it player doc, I guess. It's not really a doc, but we'll call it that. If player doc, is there anything like exists here that I can use instead? Overview. Is that where I was? Oh, here we go. Overview exists. Nah. Alright. So player doc is equal to null. Is not equal to null. Alright, let's see what happens there. So I'm expecting to get a null first. Or it will say document, or it will say document does not exist, because it will be null. Alright, let's clear this out. Try it again. Nothing's happening. There it goes. Took a second. Alright, let's try it now. Document exists. What? Did I write that wrong? Oh, it's player doc dot val. Let's try that. Document does not exist. Okay, cool. All right, let's create the guy. So we use a set. Let me see what the other options are. Um, Save data, update. So set, write, or replace. Update some of the keys. So we just want to set, just like we had up there. So player doc, not player doc, player ref dot set, and he will have a timestamp and a game ID. And this will be server value. Where is that? Server value dot I really got to figure out how to get the types working in there. There it is. Server value dot capital timestamp. And then game ID is going to be 1 for now. Alright, let's just see if that works. One step at a time. Play now. Play now. There he is. Cool. And then if we run it again, it should say exists, I think. Document exists, which is here. Okay. Might be able to get rid of this note because it's taken care of here. I think this note was for the other way I was doing it before. Um, Having the player immediately join rooms and stuff like that. Alright, so this is taken care of, basically. What does this look like over here? Okay, cool. Um, Cons, player documents. Okay, so we're writing the doc, and then gotta get rid of this else, actually. Get rid of this. So we're setting the doc as we did before. Next thing we want to do is look through all the docs. I think I might actually write a function for this. Oh, here's some notes I wrote why I didn't like the other method. I did not like the fact the player could easily join multiple games. and like the logic to handle that, it was like I didn't like it. And then I did not like having to filter out games um, that were already playing because they were all in one group. Or if I wasn't going to take that approach, I would have had to move the information from one collection to another or something like that. Maybe there's a better way to do it, but I didn't like that method basically. Return status. Okay, so player documents. Let's move this down a little bit. Move it to like here, I guess. So you create the doc, and then you have to look through the list of ones that are already there. This is where the transaction needs to start, right here. Okay, so uh, save data, transactional data. Let me see how this works again. The update function takes the current state. Your transaction handler is called multiple times. Pretty sure it reruns. Yeah, if another client writes the location before your new value is successfully written, which would be the game ID, your function would then be called again. Okay, I think this is what I want. Hope I'm not uh thinking about this correctly, and I'm gonna have huge refactor to do again, or a refactor. All right, so player documents. So this is gonna be player ref. We actually want a list of the document. So actually, yeah, that'll be the next step. Let's see if I can list all the documents in there. Let's try that first. And then we're going to read each one individually. Okay, so admin get started. Fun plus fun. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, still working on it. This whole matchmaking thing is I feel like I keep making progress, but not enough to be happy to move on to the other projects. You're here 2 days ago? Yeah. I'm actually still working probably on the same thing as I was 2 days ago. I want to get kind of like a matchmaking thing working, in a thing that's kind of deals with concurrency, at the same time. The easier way to do it, of course, would be make it not concurrent and run synchronously on a back-to-back, but kind of wanted to get it to work this way. And it's something I've never done before, so yeah. How you doing, Fun Plus Fun? Um, so yeah, I just need to be able to list what's there right now. Nice. Getting started. So value event is used to read a static snapshot of the contents. Oh, Right, so it's still going to be this once, but instead of the player, it's going to read play now. Okay, so play now ref once. Did I get the error type sorted? I don't remember that actually. Maybe error type. Oh, the error type. Yeah. I do remember it now. I ended up just not doing that basically. So, but I still have that in here. I think I deleted that. Basically instead of create and then dealing with the error on create, I actually was doing just checking if it exists first anyways and then updating. So I did it that way instead of the create error method. But that being said, I'm actually not even using Firestore anymore for this. Yeah, I did the doc check. I'm not even using Firestore anymore. I'm still doing the doc check here, but I'm doing it with a Firebase real-time database. Yeah, I'm still using Firebase. I'm just using the real-time database. And the thing that motivated me for the real-time database was this article. I think I got rid of it. Basically, it handles like concurrency a little bit better for transactional operations, which is which is the solution I came up with for the problem I have. And I'm hoping it works. Like it's crazy, like the article I was reading, it says like even with 20 concurrent things, and like I've been saying this whole time, I'm doing this as an exercise, not expecting to get a lot of users or any users. So I'm just doing it for fun. And later on, I want to actually write some test code to see how it handles a lot of users just for fun. Um, but uh, but yeah, even for 20 concurrent requests or whatever within a short amount of time, like the Firestore couldn't handle it very well or something. I don't know. So I'm like, I'll just be doing I'll be using the real-time database, which handles it pretty much perfectly. Like it still handles it for 20 users, but it starts like having this data contention thing where it's like there's locks and multiple multiple requests are fighting over the same document and stuff, and like it starts giving you errors and just I'm just like I don't want to deal with that. So let me see if I can find that. Hold on. Uh, it's got to be in the history, right? Here we go. On collision course. I mean, unless I'm not understanding this article, and this is actually it's pretty old, but it still holds, I think. Um, let me just show you this. So you'd be doing one read for 20 people. Yeah, 20 reads and writes. Yeah. Where is that? Oh, here's what it starts to do. So this, as far as I could tell, this test code just literally runs 20 times, I think. And yeah, okay. And then so were you on here under your other name? Are you the same guy that was helping me before? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's like it starts doing this, too much contention, and then it says please try again. There's like some errors you have to handle. I don't know. It seemed way over complicated. Oh, okay, I got it. Feet close. Really? Can you do that pretty easily? Just make new ones? Um, oh, random. Oh, I see. Okay. Hey, Joe. Welcome back. All right. So my ideas for the matchmaking is gonna do two things. It's gonna do what I'm doing with the transactions, and it's also gonna run on a schedule, and you can do that every minute based on either cron tab or whatever you call that um, format, or you could just write every 1 minute. That's like the lowest time frame you could do. Obviously, I could do a lower time frame in other ways, but I think a minute good enough because it's gonna pick up any stale entries in the database. And those should be handled normally anyways. So I really haven't done anything so far. I'm actually I keep going back and forth, like thinking which way I'm gonna go, but I think I've settled on using real-time database, using their transactions, and seeing how that works. So pretty much nothing. Pretty much nothing. Okay, so player doc val real-time database for my use case. Okay, yeah. I think I'm using the real-time database for the matchmaking, but for everything else, for like chat and whatever else, um, even the game state, because individual games, yeah, I'm not gonna have like the same issue, um, of the concurrency issue. It's turn-based. It's a turn-based game, so I think I'll use the Firestore for pretty much everything else except for this matchmaking stuff. You don't want chat in Firestore? Why not? Hmm. Player ref set. Okay, so we're setting the game ID to be 1. Play now ref value. So we want to do a similar thing here. We'll call it play now doc. Oh, you mean for like pricing? Like it would just be super expensive? Oh, no, okay, yeah. Yeah, it is a good point, but so while I am doing an exercise where I'm pretending that this could be like millions of users, even though it won't be, at the same time, um, for the pricing part of it, I am gonna eventually sign up for a Blaze plan because you have to use functions. Like you just have to. Right now I'm just testing with the emulator, but so I will have a Blaze plan, and to be honest with you, I'm not expecting anything crazy. So if there's some crazy cost, then I got someone sent an attack on my site or something. I don't expect that either. So, and like I'm sure I would get a notification about that. And then just tell them, sorry, I don't have any money. No, no, I don't know. I think that's something I don't need to worry about is pricing. So it kind of goes against what I'm talking about with with the whole scaling thing, but the scaling is really just me trying to just imagine how I would deal with it, not actually deal with it, I guess. And this would be chat per game. It wouldn't. So I would have a global chat too, and I'm thinking about not even having a global chat, but the chat would be per game, so it's only gonna be 4 people, you know? 50 reads a day, 50K reads a day. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, even if it goes above the 50K, which it never probably would anyways, then I'm fine with paying that, and I don't expect to be to get a massive bill or anything like that. Anyways, so but I agree with you. I mean, that might not. I mean, in general, it'd probably be better to do chat on something else. I agree with you. I just kind of want to keep it all Firebase. I don't know why. There's no good reason for that. I just want to. I just want to see what Firebase can do for me. Document limits. Each chat message. Yeah, that's a good question. Right now, the global chat I have set up, which is nothing right now really, is each message is a document, yes. But does it have to be? So maybe you're right. I mean, I don't know if you're leaning, if you're talking about Firebase, if you're leaning towards doing the chat also in real-time database, or you're just saying use something else. But maybe the chat would be best in this as well. In a real world situation, you wouldn't use Firestore for chat. Okay. How about this? In a real world situation, which is not real world, but hypothetical real world situation, um, I guess, where you only had to choose real-time database or Firestore, those are your two options for chat, would you use real-time database? Assuming those are your only two options. Okay. All right, well, maybe I'll do that then. I guess there's not any reason to use anything but real-time database. I don't know. I was planning to use, like, for the game state, I would use Firestore. Okay. Yeah, for the chat. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree with that. Trust me, I do not love Firebase. I do not love Firebase. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. That's funny. Um, let's see. Cloud functions. Yeah, I do. Like I said before, I don't know if you heard me. I did just for the technical challenge, just wanted to do chat in WebRTC for the individual games where the I could use cloud functions and whatever else as the signaling server. That's something I'm going to look into just for fun. But at first, the chat would be, I guess, maybe in real-time database for the individual games. Anyways, all right, let's see. So, storing or reading, play now doc. Where are we at? Play now ref. Um, once get rid of this callback. And then let me see what this gives us. Console.log, play now doc, JSON, stringify, play now doc, null2, dot val. All right, so for this current user, we should see Nothing. Document exists. Okay. Now if I add another guy, localhost, new guy, play now, should see all of them. Nice. So now here's where I need to start the transaction. So where's that? Build, save data, saving transactional data. I think I already copied this. Oh yeah, I have it here. Okay. So let me think about this. So play now doc, so val, so what does this give us back? It gives us back an object. Okay, so we can loop over that for sure. Object keys or values, but is there another built-in method for that? That might be a little bit better. Let's see, saving data, retrieve data. There's a for each. Okay, let's use that instead. Play now docs. For each data, we'll give it an explicit any type. So I don't care about TypeScript. Console, the data, whatever. Alright, let's just see how that works. I have no way to remove someone except manually for now. Okay, that looks good. What does this look like? Not sure if this will work actually. Trying to think. Up here. So dbref votes ref. Could read each one. Does this make sense to have a transaction in there? In the for each? Let me see something. Transactional data. Save data. What does this mean? Yeah, you can only do it based on a path. Well, can you go like, let me see this. Hmm. Making sure of something. So transaction users. Yeah, there's no like concept of it's on individual documents, looks like. Okay. So I think I have the right setup. Play now docs. This is gonna be player doc. Um, we'll call it UID doc. And this is going to be DB ref play now ref dot child. Then here is going to be data dot key. This will be user ID, play now ref child, user ID. Make sure I'm doing this right. I'm in the wrong section. What the heck? Build real-time database. Hosting, storage, cloud, Firestore. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Call it ref. Need to work on my naming for sure. Ref.transaction. So this will be current value. Um, we'll just return the current value for now. So don't change it. I just want to see what this looks like. Console.log, current value. And then get rid of this. What's this? Okay. Oh, no, that's not what I need. How do you do this? UID string? There we go. Kind of ugly, but okay, player UID ref, play now ref, child UID, player UID ref. Oh yeah, these are the actual docs. Okay, that's why I called those docs. Okay, so, I don't know, my naming's okay, actually. Alright, let's see what happens. There's two guys, let's remove second guy, play now. Path argument was an invalid path. Okay. This was value, right? Key value. No, the user. Oh, this was data.val. Oh, key, and we'll rename it to UID. There we go. Key. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. What happened? Oh, we got document exists. Dang it. Alright, delete. There we go. Game ID 1, game ID 1, timestamp. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're reading it. We want to see if the user ID is 1, then we will let me see something. So what if you don't return from this thing? Where's that? Transaction. Here we go. Unlike normal set, which just overwrites the data, transaction is used to modify existing value. Update function, which is used to transform the current value. How do you abort the transaction? Or you abort the transaction by not returning a value. Okay. Is that what I want to do? Let me think about this. Yeah, I think so. Or do I want to have it rerun? Hmm. I'm gonna throw this here for now. Okay. Player UID ref transaction current value any console log to current value. Okay. So we're gonna say const current value and game ID. One thing I forgot to do is we need to sort. So it is coming back in that order now. But that could change. I could just manually set these timestamps to test that out. Yeah, let's do that first, I guess. Okay, so let's go. Um, Go here. Let's set this guy to 1.7. And then let's remove. Okay. So right now it should give us back the incorrect order. What's that? Null, null. I don't know. Yeah, it's giving us back the incorrect order. Okay. So let's sort. How do we do that? Run functions on a schedule. And close this crap. Close that. And really close that for now. And close that. Leave these open. Close that actually. Okay. So schedule functions. Where are we at? So real-time database, admin, retrieve data, reading data once, order by how data is ordered, order by key, order by value. What? What if they have multiple? I think I need order by child. Yeah. Alright, order by child. Let's see what we get. Okay. Okay, we get the right order that time. Cool. Alright, that was easy. Order by child timestamp once. Player docs for each key, UID, current value. So we can just destructure that from here. Game ID. This is going to be a string. Game ID. What? Does not exist on type string. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So if game ID is not equal to 1, which is the default, then we'll do some stuff. Otherwise, we'll return something. Yeah, maybe I don't want to do this. We'll see. I could just include that, but I think let's just do this. Current value, timestamp is a number. Not all code pass. Yeah, that is on purpose, actually. I guess I could return undefined. Not sure if that will work, though. Should, right? Let me see what this is. I think we're good. Current value, timestamp, game ID. Okay. Actually, let's do this. Game ID, timestamp. Okay. Okay. Kind of want to make sure this is still working before I move on. Um, no, not rename. Remove. Add this guy. Something happened. There he is. Okay. What's this? Alright. Actually, what happened here? Oh, okay. Why is that? I don't know. It's never gonna be null, so I think that was just some glitch. Game ID is not equal to 1. Return current value. So if the game ID is not equal to 1, so if it is equal to 1 actually, then we're gonna want to assign wonder what's the difference between returning undefined and current value. I guess current value would actually set. Yeah, undefined just wouldn't do anything. Alright, whatever. So if game ID is 1, which is the default, then we'll assign these guys game IDs up to 4. So we want to have a let count player count equals 0. For each, we're gonna say, where is this? Player count plus equal 1. Right? Num players, is that a thing? Yes. Um, if I could combine these if statements, right? And not num players, player count is less than num players. Is this going to combine these if I do this? I mean, remove the parentheses. What did I just click on? References. Yeah, it does. If game ID is equal to 1, And the player count is less than number of players, then add a game ID. Um, Game ID will be out here. I also want to check too, is there a way to play now docs? Play now collection. I want to throw this up here. We need to get the size. So where is the size? We have 4 each. Am I in the right place? Yeah. Is it num children? I think so. Actually, um, remove, add. So 2. Okay. Let me add a third guy, just test this out. Should see 3. Add, auto generate, play now. 3. Nice. All right. I can add that logic in there, I think. Okay. I think I can get rid of this. I think I got the handle on that part. I'm gonna make a note here. Use real-time database for chat. Okay. Clean up pool collection. I'm gonna delete some of this other crap out of here. Okay. Okay, let's do game ID, I guess. Alright, let's see what that does. So when you add a guy, it should give all the other guys game IDs. Let's see. Okay, that did not work. It did add the guy though. Destructured timestamp of current val as it is null? Is that the actual error? Hold on. Yeah, it's an actual error. Okay. And that is happening because if I add an await here, won't fix that. Let me see. No. Why is it null? I guess this just happens whenever it happens. What? Is that for real? Wire ref set. Let me read about that. Fire real-time database. Timestamp. Surprising. Make sure this is updated. Try it one more time and then I won't destructure it, I guess. But how is it sorting then? I don't get that. Remove. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. Let me just log that out. Hmm. That's not good. Comment all this out for now. Let's not return anything. Oh, no, no. That's what I was seeing earlier. It's like, what is that null? Okay. What's going on? Player ID ref, play now ref. Child UID, current value any. No, no. What am I doing differently? I don't know what I'm doing differently. Let's get rid of the transaction. Get rid of this. Let's do UID. See if that works. Yeah. Okay. Let's just try to do a once on it. What do we get there? Anything good? How do you get the data? I forgot. Oh, .val. Okay. Let's make sure that's good. Delete. Try it again. Okay, so the once is working. So that player ref is good. That's weird. I don't know. Maybe there is an issue with doing transactions the way I'm doing it. For each player ID ref child current value console log current value. Is it because I'm not returning something? Maybe that's what it is. No, it doesn't make sense, does it? Let me just try that, I guess. I think I already had this and it wasn't working, but what's this? So it runs twice? No, that's this. Alright, let me see something. Am I doing this like completely wrong? Value, return. Huh. Let me do. I mean, the only other thing I had was return current value. Or I thought it was working before, but maybe it wasn't. Let's see. Null and then that. So the one that we added. What is happening right now? Hold on. Let me try this. That's working. Is not showing anything. There we go. What the heck? I'm so confused right now. I'm gonna take a quick break. Some noise going on in the background. I'll be back. Still kind of eating. Well, finishing eating, so gonna be on mute just for a minute, a few minutes. I have no idea what's going on. So we're setting player ref. Is there some weird thing with the timestamp? It's the only thing I could think of. Let's just do timestamp. Let's do date now. Other than that, I don't know. All right, let's try that, I guess. So, who's in the database? Everybody. Okay. Let's add one guy. What do we see in here? We see null. Or is that, what is that? Let's see what logs I have. That's it. So is it not even console log? Between mine and the other guys? In what way? Hmm. Alright, let's see. Game 1 timestamp. Okay, current value is null. Um, System diagram. I think on a personal project, to be honest with you, that's not important. I mean, unless it's like a massive project. But if you're trying to present it to other people, I think it's important for sure. I don't know, at least the way, if it's like a complex project, obviously for anybody it's important, even a solo person, but to me this is not a complex project that I'm working on. Doesn't really need a diagram, in my opinion. Um, yeah, I mean, I've actually had to do some diagrams at work. I think most diagrams are that people create, at least what I've seen, are kind of pointless and worthless, but some of them are pretty good. It just depends. And really, a diagram to explain something to someone that just is first seeing it, in my opinion, is not that useful. But what I find useful in a diagram is if I need to understand how something works and use it as a reference. But to understand it from the very beginning, the diagram, for me personally, does not help me. It's just confuses things more. I guess it depends on the diagram. If it's a simple diagram, then yeah, it's better at first. If it's complicated, then that would be better if I need to reference it. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Oh, dang it, dude. Um, so why are we getting null? I just don't get that. There's something about transaction. It doesn't work right. Um, Basically, I want to run a transaction on each of these documents. I'm going to read them, and then based on what the current value is, modify them or not modify them. And inside the transaction, current value is null. And I swear I had it earlier, it was working as is. I don't know what the difference is. If I had another guy, and it works fine not in the transaction. Like I did just a once, still within this loop. I did it once on each transaction. Same way, same reference. That worked. It's just the transaction. So I don't know. It doesn't help that this fucking thing constantly freezes. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that. Command prompt freeze. Yeah, quick edit mode. I think if I just, yeah, let's do that. Properties, quick edit mode. Maybe that'll help. All right. It's a good question. It's a good question. Um, I don't know. I don't have a good reason. I don't know. I just like having a large window. And I know I can expand this and stuff too. I don't know. It's a preference, really. There's no good reason. A lot of times when I'm working on stuff, I will have multiple of these open. But I don't know. For this particular thing, I just wanted a big window. I don't have to resize. I just click and it's there. Just a preference, I guess. Oh man. So what is going on here? Current value. If I add a third guy, do I see two nulls? That guy already exists. Also, why is it doing one? It's gonna be something really stupid. I know it. It's gonna be something real stupid. Hmm. So add one guy. Let me move this one over here. So we get current value null. Another guy. Current value null. Oh, that quick edit. That fixed that issue, I think. Removing that quick edit. So the fact it's only showing one tells me something. I know docs. Order by child timestamp once value. Game ID. Let me take off this async. Not using it currently. I'm actually going to move the other thing to the other window. I don't think that's important to show. Ah, okay, the async. Okay, so fix that issue. Okay, we're making some progress. At least it's showing all of them. They're still all null. Hmm. Okay. Come on now. Let's see, remove. I want to see. So it should show one. Now it should show two. Nice. Alright, so at least that's working as expected. Finally. Okay. And if I return current value, what's that gonna do for me? Okay. Okay, so that's the difference. Oh, why does this say null though? So it says null, null. So here's what I don't get. I guess the reason it's null, hold on, where was that? Yeah, so they can be null if no default value is written. Oh my God, I did not read this. Even if there is existing data in your database, it may not be locally cached. Oh my God, I didn't see that at all. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, okay. I did see that actually, and I just forgot about it, I think. Dang it, okay. Alright, so, um, let me think about this. So, yeah, I think I could just do what I had before, basically. I don't want to return, I don't think, because I want the transaction to be canceled. I'm guessing that's the same as returning undefined. Pretty sure. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Okay, so I could grab this if current value. I could do optional chaining, but I think I like this actually. This will stop immediately and this not return. Doing will lead to program exploit. Uh, is transaction a promise? It's a good question. Transaction results. But I'm not like relying. I don't think I will run into a race condition. I did think about that. Yeah, it's looping through all the documents. And then we're going to check if the game ID is 1, which is the initial value. Yeah. I think this will work. It does return a promise. I don't think I need to use it in this case. I think this should be fine. So returning and then the game ID that we generated, which we haven't done yet. Or have we done that? Yeah, we have done that. All right, let's see if this works. Okay. Clear out the database. Okay, we have one guy. So it should, they're passing a 2, right? Pretty sure they're passing in a 2, yeah, okay. So this next guy that gets created, we should get some game IDs, maybe. Oh wait, I'm not actually doing that. Never mind, or am I? Yes, I am actually. Okay, so that didn't work at all. Um, Maybe I'm not doing it right though. Let me log some of these out, I guess. I'll log all 3 of these out. Triggering your if statement when you run a loop transaction. Yeah. Oh, you know what? This is canceling the transaction. Yeah, I don't want that. I think I actually do need to return current value here. I think the transaction is getting canceled because I'm not returning. Okay. Let me check if that's true out of curiosity. Null, false, true. And it never runs again, right? Null, false, true, null, false, true. Right. I still don't understand that really. Why it's giving me null first. Because those docs should be created. All of them. At least the previous two. Like null is when it's... Oh, no, 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 that was that other note about null. Never mind. Never mind, we're good. Alright, return current value. Okay, this will retry the transaction, I guess. No, it won't retry the transaction. Or will it? We'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. Curious. I should actually put these in the same log. No, here's what I'll do. Let's just label these. Okay. Try it again. Play. That's false? Why is that false? Oh, that's a good idea. Within an object. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is a much better idea. For this case, I did want to log out like the conditions though. Yeah. Why is name ID is 1? Oh, 'cause it's undefined. Wait. Right. Okay. So current value dot game ID. There we go. Player count, it's a local variable. Num players, that's passed in. Okay, let's see what we get now. Play. Still not working though. What am I doing wrong? Am I spelling it wrong? What's happening right now? So confused. Oh, look, this guy got a game ID. Okay, something's happening. What the heck? Oh, 'cause I didn't update the condition, that's why. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try to understand this a little bit better. Reading game ID. Huh? Where? Where is it reading null? I don't understand that. I'm sorry, where is it reading game ID? Oh, right here. Oh my god, dude, I'm an idiot. Um, actually, no, that's right. That's right. Right. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't need this then. That's where it's reading it. It must be. Yeah. Okay. Line 76? 72? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's the compiled version. Oh, well, let's look in there. I don't know. Maybe it didn't compile or something. I don't know. Good point. All right. Yeah, I think what happened is it didn't compile. Or something happened where it froze on compiling, and then this was still didn't have that dot. Pretty sure that's what happened actually. That definitely makes more sense. A lot more sense. Oh, we're still getting that, dude. What the fuck is going on? 7656. What? I didn't mean to stop that. Yeah, 56 is the line number. I mean, not the line number, the column or character. That's not game ID. It's not. It's current value dot game ID. Oh, it's saying current value is null. Right. Okay. Duh. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's saying current value is null. Yeah. Optional chaining. There we go. Takes care of that. There we go. We're good. Should I just do optional chaining right here and get rid of this? I don't know. All right. There we go. Okay. Clear the database. It's cleared, I think. Yes. Okay. Current value is null. I think I just need a break, man. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Um, I guess I don't get how this works. Why is it getting, oh, because of that null fucking, I don't know what they said. I keep wondering why I'm getting null, but yeah. Oh, why? Why? Let me see if they say anything about it in here. So what do I even do? Like if current value is null, and apparently it just is, how do I rerun? How do I rerun the transaction? Okay, if you just return nothing, it imports. Return name. Let me read what this says again. Let me just Google this. See what I can find. I basically have this. This is Java, I think, but still. Wait, what is this? So here's the problem I have, right? So they kind of say that here too, but if it's null, what do I return? I want to return what's already there. I can't. Wait, am I overthinking this? Let me see. Here, let's do specifically null. Current value equals null return. I know, yeah. I mean, that is my problem, actually. As long as you do something valid. So return null. Wow. Is it that simple? Return null. So it's just that small change of instead of return basically what they call not returning or returning undefined, return null. Because what I was thinking is whatever you return, that's what it's going to set the document to be. That's why I was thinking you couldn't do that, basically. So I thought it would like clear out the document or the section of the JSON object, whatever you want to call it. I call it a document. Um, okay. Let me try with this. I'm curious what will happen here. By the way, this code is compiling, even with these warnings. I checked earlier. Okay. I just want to see what will happen. Yeah. That's going to cancel the transaction. Okay. So let's do return null. See if this is the answer. That would be cool. I have a habit of like resizing this window now because I had to do that a bunch and I still don't trust it. Okay. All right. So one of the guys got a game ID. Making some progress. Let's join the third guy in here. Okay. So this player count thing is not gonna work. Dang. Oh my gosh, dude. That's just not gonna work, is it? Let's just log out the player count and see what we're getting back. Not how it works, is it? Or is it? I don't know. Oh, that actually is working. Never mind. Um, why is that working actually? Do I even need that? You can't do a limit and a sort. Whereas I know. Using ones. Yeah. Actually, we only want to increase the player count if we give them game IDs. Um, we'll optimistically try null transactions. Okay. Yeah, I think it's oh, the last answer, sorry. Yeah, I think actually this is working, doing this. I thought it would overwrite the document, but it doesn't. Um, but we're running into another issue. Yeah, yeah, it is working. Oh, you're just reading into it more? Okay. So let's see. Player count plus equals 1. Player count plus equals 1. So if but we want to stop when we reach the number of players. So if player count is that number of players, which is going to be here. Hmm. Yeah, that should be fine. Then we'll just return. If player count is um let's start at 1, I guess. Be more readable. Player count is equal to, we'll say greater than or equal to num players. Return from the for each. That'll only stop one iteration, right? That's not gonna work, is it? I could do just a traditional for. Might be the best option anyways. Hmm. Trying to think. Yeah, return is like a continue. It just breaks that one iteration. Um, Dang it, dude. Well, before I even get to that, um, I need to figure out why it's only doing one of the guys. Let me clear the database and try again. Oh, now it is doing the original guy. Actually, that is what it should be doing. I mean, based on what I've written. Okay, cool. What did I change to get that to work? Oh, the player count was all fucking jacked up. Okay. Okay. Well, that could be handled with the. Let's try that. Game. Or just one of them. Which one is it? Is it the second one? So VMIZ. So the newest guy doesn't get it. We're playing out for each. Right. Oh, right. Oh, I set that to one. That's what it is, I think. Wow. Okay. Um, let's try it again. Boom. What? There it is. Took forever. Is that the same guy? I don't remember which one I clicked on. There we go. ID. Same ID. Yay. All right. And now, good call. Good call. Game ID, so we did it. All right, so now, did I do this? So that's, yeah, that should not. Wait, I didn't check. It didn't give him an ID at first, right? Because it shouldn't. Did I check that? I don't think I checked that. ID 1 and ID, same ID. Okay, cool. Now, so those two guys have IDs. So a third guy comes along. Um, what's gonna happen? So it's still gonna get through this guard. Player count will be 0. It'll go through all the dock. Any I'll say if that, then if game ID is 1, player count. I could probably just set this to null, but I think it's probably better to have a default value, honestly. It's not null, based on all the stuff I've read about this. Player count is less than num players. Okay, so this condition is actually not gonna work. Or will it? Because he's the first guy. Because it's sorting by timestamp. I don't know, let's just try it. See what happens. Yeah, so he gets a game ID and he should not. I mean we could do some revision, but that's not what we need to do. What else do we need to do? There's something else we need to do. We need some other conditions that are a little bit different. Because those guys will be removed from the list, but not necessarily right away. Oh, I know what to do. We need to just not look at guys that have a game ID that's not 1 before we even get to the transaction. Because unfortunately, we should try it. They say you can't order and filter, but I bet you can. I don't trust their docs. Let's see. Structure. Thanks for all your help, by the way. Fun plus fun. It's been you've been very helpful. I appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out as well. I like to talk during my streams, um, the whole time or as much as I can because they're like documentation of how I think, how I work, which can be embarrassing sometimes, and sometimes it's okay. Um, and also if someone joins and the streamer is silent, a lot of times they might just leave. But yeah, it's nice to not just be talking to myself the whole time. To construct a query, yeah. And it sucks too because like you go to certain I understand how people don't want to stay if the streamer hasn't is just not saying anything, he's just working. But sometimes I'll go in and I'll talk to them and then they'll be like, it'll be a pretty good stream if they would have just, you know, like they're entertaining, they're funny, they're whatever. They're friendly and if they would be talking, they'd probably get more people. Not that they always care, but it is kind of depressing. The point of streaming, I mean, really is to connect with other people. Otherwise, why stream? You know, like what's the point? So, I mean, the point for me, I have 2 points. I do want to connect with other people, but I literally, it's a lazy way for me to upload my videos to YouTube because if I recorded them on my computer and uploaded them, and maybe there's like a YouTube live thing I could do, but I don't want to work deal with that. But but yeah, when you stream, there's just an export button and it just sends it straight to YouTube. So it's nice. Um, from Twitch. And I'm sure you could stream directly to YouTube and have it recorded, but I don't know. I don't want to stream to YouTube for at least not right now. Um, you can then, and I don't want music. I like listening to music, but I don't want music because I don't want to get my YouTube videos, basically banned or whatever. And, um, I don't know. I'm always like not sure if those ones that say not copyright are actually fine to play. Because I've had issues with some that say they're good and they're not. So, and I can't even like listen to music in my headphones because it still comes through on the mic, and I've had that like block my videos as well. All right. And I'm aware like nobody really watches YouTube videos, but I just want a documentation of me working is the main point. You can then combine these with 5 other, and it's good practice too to like present for presentations, for like coding interviews. If you're constantly talking through your thought process, I think it's good practice for like coding interviews and stuff like that. Do something in OBS. I mean, I have like, first of all, I have a shitty mic. I do have a good mic. Like this mic is like a cheap $30 headphone or something. But I have a good mic. Um, or a decent mic. It's in a storage somewhere and I gotta get it out. I'll get it out probably within the next month and see how that sounds. It's like a, not an amazing mic, but okay. And but like no, the problem though with the music is yes, I could have it coming through in my audio and have it muted here, which it is, so you should not be able to hear any audio on my computer, but it comes through on these cheap headphones, which really, if I get better headphones like that clamp over my ears, maybe that wouldn't be a problem. But these cheap headphones, like the mic still picks up the sound, like unless I have it extremely low, and then I can't even like hear the music at that point. So that's the issue. Yeah. I even have like, I even have this filter, and it kind of sucks too, because this filter for noise suppression, I've tried a noise gate. I could not get that to work properly. The noise suppression is like the noise gate, for dummies kind of, as far as I know. and it's like it uses some algorithms to cut out certain noises. So it kind of sucks that some of these, sometimes on the recordings or even on the stream, I don't know, I don't listen to the stream, but on the recordings, like, because sometimes I talk a little bit quieter, like it cuts out words or makes them sound weird or whatever. And I've tried both these options. I've tried speaks, and that actually seems to work better than this. I think this is a recurrent neural network implementation of removing noise, but neither one of these work good for me. I've messed with the settings. I don't know. Basically, I just need a better setup in terms of my mic, in terms of my headset, and everything should be better. All right, querying data. So I want to make sure that you cannot um, filter and um, order. Wait, let me see something. So they said it here. I just want to make sure I read that right. Queries can sort or filter, but not both. They did say something about complex queries, though. What did I just do? I closed it. What have I done? All right. How do I make this smaller? Okay, save data. Not saving data, retrieving data. Complex queries. Now it's clear how your data is ordered. Oh yeah, you can. I don't know why they say that. That's weird. I don't know why that says that in their docs. I guess limiting is not the same as filtering or whatever the wording they used. All right, that'll be nice. I can get rid of this count thing, I think. And let's keep that around for a second. And then order by limit to first two. All right. You know what? I just want to see what this is. I'm not going to do any conditions on it. B for testing. All right. Let's clear the database. Not going to fix the problem I had, but it will at least be more clean, I think. All right, so we still should get 2 here. That's 0. That's actually not going to work. Never mind. I need to read them all of them. Yeah, I need to read all of them. I think that's what they meant. Equal to range queries. You could only order. range queries, limit queries, start at, end at. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. All right, I actually do need to use that then, I think. Okay. Um, and then here we just want to, I think this is the last thing I'm gonna do. I think I've been going for like, what, 4 hours? 5 hours. Wow, okay. I think it's the longest one I've ever gone. So I need to make sure that the guys do not have it. Game ID for each. Key value. Value is an object. All right. Here, right? If, well, let's log it first. Actually, I don't know if it is value. So it is this for each. That's a document data snapshot for each. Key dot val. Okay. Can do. I mean, we could do this, right? No, I don't want to do that. I'll just make it simple. Play now. This is going to be a document snapshot. Where do I have UID? UID const UID equals play now doc dot key. What? Oh, data snapshot, not document snapshot. There we go. Okay. And then const value equals, no, I'll just need to do if play now doc dot value equal to dot value dot what is that saying? Oh, right, no, dot val dot um game ID is equal to 1, then continue There we go. All right, let's try that out. And then probably stop. Let's see, play now. Nothing. Oh, I lost my auth. What? Oh, hold on. I guess they get rid of these accounts after you don't use them. Oh no, we don't. Okay, no. That's not what it is. All right, we need those to get through for sure. We need not equal 1. There we go. Had that backwards. Let's try that again. Okay. Last guy. Need to make an account for him. Dang, it's still creating the game ID for him. The player count doesn't reset or something. Yeah, that's what it is. The player count's not right. Data snapshot, UID, player dot key. I mean, I could reset the count. I think this is actually where I want to reset the count. And then I want to increase it always. What do you think about this? So player count, start at 0. Man, I should just make this a regular for loop. Let me get rid of some of these logs. Hmm. Okay. Console log player counts. That's where I want to reset it. No, it doesn't make sense. Hmm. I guess I only want to reset it when if it gets to the number of players. Yeah, that's when I want to reset it. That makes way more sense. Okay. So after the loop, where is the loop? Is that the loop? Player count. Plus equals 1. If player counts is greater than or equal to num players, player counts is equal to 0. Yeah. This will work. I think it'll actually, I mean, based on what I'm doing here, it'd be impossible to have one pool. Alright, let's just try it. Getting pretty tired. Okay, got one guy, two guys, and three guys. Still not working. Interesting. See what that's giving us. Oh, it's always 0. Wait. What? I Oh, right. I think this we want this in the transaction actually. Okay. Let's see what we got. Hmm. Why is it not logging out the final one? Huh. Just trying to think if I need to put this here or in the if statement. I actually don't even need this condition anymore, right? I don't think I need that. That's being handled here. If player count is less than num players. So you increase the number, and then you do the transaction. I actually want it out here. Yeah. The reason that won't work though. Yeah. I want it in here actually, right? Think about this. Why did it not work here? This would not work either, right? Let me see. That does not work for sure. This makes the most sense to me. It's like when I do it in there, to me it's counting on it being null. I can't count on that. Doesn't seem right. Oh, it doesn't work anyways. This actually does make sense. A little confused why it doesn't. It's another way to do this. I can just pair up every two guys. That's what I'm trying to do now. Yeah, instead of resetting, just do a mod, I guess. I think it's cleaner anyways. Oh, players equals. Oh man, what am I doing? Man, I can't think anymore. This should be at the end of the loop. Should definitely be there. That I'm pretty sure of. I'm gonna take a short break, walk around, come back. Probably only go another 15 minutes total. I'll be back. Yeah, I think I need a break. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. All right, well, it's been a long one. Thanks for watching. See you next time.